Welcome to Mysterious Sleep Tales. Here, gentle stories, calm narrations, and unhurried atmospheres prepare you for rest. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd like to know where you're listening from tonight. If you'd like, you can leave a message in the comments below. It's always a quiet pleasure to see how our small community reaches across the globe. Now, let's spend a moment together before the story begins. Find a comfortable position where you are. Relax your shoulders a little. Lower your jaw if it's been tense during the day. Open your hands and place them where they feel most natural. Breathe in slowly. Hold gently for a moment and then release, allowing the air to carry the weight that the hours have placed upon you. There's nothing you need to remember right now. There's nothing you need to unravel. Morning will save its questions for the morning. This night belongs only to stillness. Allow your eyes to close or the familiar shapes in the room around you to soften until they blur. My voice here will be calm and unhurried, and all you have to do is listen, not listen, or drift somewhere in between. Either way, you are exactly where you need to be. Let the world outside fall silent. Let the day close in on itself like a letter you've already read. It is the year 1881, and there's a room in a warehouse near the London docks in Wapping, a room that few people know about, and even fewer have reason to visit. The warehouse itself is one of many along the narrow cobbled lane that runs between the high brick walls of the dock compound and the row of terraced buildings opposite, where chandlers and shipping agents keep their modest offices behind painted wooden signs. The lane is quiet tonight. A thin November fog has settled over the Riverside district, not the choking yellow kind that sometimes rolls in from the coal fires of the city, but a gentler sort, pale and damp, carrying with it the cold mineral smell of the Thames and the faintest trace of tar from the moored vessels beyond the wall. A single gas lamp stands at the corner where the lane meets the wider street, its flame burning behind mottled glass, casting a small circle of amber light onto the wet cobblestones below. Beyond that circle, the fog absorbs everything, softening the hard edges of brick and iron to shapes that seem more suggested than seen. Inside the warehouse, past the broad double doors that open onto the loading bay, past the ground floor where the larger crates are stacked in rows beneath the vaulted ceiling, there's a narrow wooden staircase that climbs to the first floor. The steps are worn smooth by years of use, each one slightly concave in the middle from the passage of boots and shoes that have carried men up and down this staircase since the warehouse was built in 1844. At the top of the stairs, a short corridor leads to a single door, and behind that door is the room where we shall spend the evening. It is called the Ledger Room, though no one gave it that name officially. The name simply attached itself over the years, the way certain names do, growing from repeated use until it seemed as though the room had never been called anything else. It is a modest space, perhaps 20 feet long and 15 wide, with a low ceiling supported by heavy oak beams that have darkened to nearly black with age. The walls are lined with wooden shelving, and upon these shelves rest the ledgers themselves, tall leather-bound volumes with spines of deep brown and muted green and the occasional faded burgundy, each one embossed with a year and a series of letters that indicate the region of origin for the goods recorded within. The shelving does not cover every wall. On the far side of the room, opposite the door, a single window looks out onto the lane below, though at this hour and in this fog, the glass shows nothing but a faint reflection of the room's interior, and beyond that, the blurred glow of the gas lamp. Beneath the window, a wide oak desk sits squarely against the wall. Its surface is orderly but far from empty. A brass inkwell stands near the right-hand corner, its hinged lid open, the dark pool of ink inside catching the light from the oil lamp that burns on the opposite corner. A dip pen rests in the groove beside the inkwell, its steel nib slightly stained, and next to it lies a small brass tray holding a stick of sealing wax and a wooden-handled blotter. Several sheets of paper are arranged in a neat pile to the left of the desk, each one bearing lines of figures and abbreviations written in a careful copperplate hand. The handwriting is small and precise, each letter formed with the kind of disciplined consistency that comes only from years of daily practice, the upstrokes thin and light, the downstrokes firm and even. The man who sits at this desk is Mr. Arthur Pennock, a clerk of 43 years of age, who has worked for the firm of Harrowby and Sons, tea importers, for the better part of 2 decades. He is a quiet man, neither tall nor short, with a narrow face that carries the pallor common to those who spend their working hours indoors. His hair, once the color of dry straw, has begun to gray at the temples, and his side whiskers, trimmed close to the jaw in the manner that was fashionable some years ago, show the same silvering. He wears a dark waistcoat over a plain white shirt, the collar starched but not uncomfortably so, and his sleeves are rolled back just enough to keep the cuffs clear of the ink. A pair of reading spectacles sit upon the bridge of his nose, their thin wire frames slightly bent from years of being removed and replaced, in that habitual gesture common to men who divide their attention between the page before them and the wider room. At this moment, Mr. Pennock is not writing. He is reading. He holds a shipping manifest in both hands, tilting it slightly toward the lamp, and his eyes move across the columns of figures with the steady patience of a man who has read thousands of such documents and who finds in their regularity a kind of comfort. The manifest records the contents of a consignment that arrived 3 days ago aboard the merchant vessel Clara Maitland, which made the passage from Calcutta to the London docks in just under 100 days. The consignment consists of 240 chests of Assam tea, packed in wooden crates lined with lead foil, each chest weighing approximately 60 pounds. The chests are arranged by grade. There are 100 chests of orange Pico, 80 of broken Pico, 40 of Pico Sochong, and 20 of dust, the last being the fine residue that collects at the bottom of the chest during the long voyage, and which, though of lesser quality, is sold at a lower price and purchased by blenders who mix it with stronger leaves to produce the cheaper grades of tea sold in shops throughout the city. Mr. Pennock sets the manifest down and turns to the ledger that lies open before him. This particular volume covers the months of October through December of the current year, and its pages are divided into columns for the date of entry, the vessel name, the port of origin, the consigning agent, the number and type of chests, the gross and net weights, the bonded warehouse number, the duty paid or outstanding, and a final column for notes and observations. He dips the pen into the inkwell, pauses for a moment to let the excess ink gather at the tip of the nib, and then touches the nib to the blotting cloth that lies folded beside the ledger, drawing off just enough so that the first stroke will not flood the page. This small ritual, the dip, the pause, the blot, is something he performs dozens of times each day, and he does it now, without conscious thought, the way a musician might tune a string before playing. The pen moves to the page. The date goes down first, the 7th of November, written in the abbreviated form common to commercial ledgers of the period. Then the vessel name, Clara Maitland, each letter formed with care. Then the port, Calcutta, and beside it the consigning agent, J. Whitworth and Company, whose office is on Clive Street Mr. Pennock has never seen and never will see, but whose name is as familiar to him as his own. He works slowly. There is no particular reason to hurry. The goods have been received, inspected by the customs officers, and moved to the bonded stores on the ground floor below, where they will remain until the duty is paid and they are released for sale. The ledger entry is the final act of recording, the quiet administrative step that follows the physical labor of unloading and sorting, and it is Mr. Pennock's task to ensure that every figure is accurate, every abbreviation consistent, every column aligned. He finds satisfaction in this work, though he would not describe it in such terms if asked. He would say only that it is his duty, and that a duty well performed is its own reward, a sentiment he absorbed years ago from the senior clerk who trained him and who has since retired to a small cottage in Kent. The room is very still. The only sounds of the faint scratch of the pen nib against the paper, the occasional soft clink of the pen being returned to the inkwell, and from somewhere below, the distant creak of timber as the warehouse settles into the cold evening. If one listens carefully, and there is little else to do in such a room at such an hour, one might also hear the muffled sound of water lapping against the stone walls of the dock basin, carried through the brickwork like a slow pulse. These sounds have a rhythm to them, not a musical rhythm exactly, but a pattern of repetition that once noticed becomes strangely soothing. The scratch of the pen, the pause, the dip, the blot, the scratch again, the distant creak, the water, is the kind of rhythm that a man might work to for years without ever consciously hearing it, and yet which, if it were suddenly removed, he would miss profoundly. Around Mr. Pennock, the room holds its own quiet company. The shelves of ledgers stand like a library of commerce, each volume containing hundreds of pages of entries that, taken together, form a detailed record of every shipment of tea that has passed through this warehouse since the firm of Harrowby and Sons began its operations in 1859. The older ledgers, those from the first decade of the firm's existence, are shelved nearest the door, their spines faded and their pages slightly foxed with age. In those early volumes, the entries are almost exclusively for Chinese teas, Kongu and Bohea and Kimon, imported through Canton and later through the treaty ports of Foochow and Shanghai. The handwriting in those earlier ledgers belongs to other men, clerks whose names Mr. Pennock knows only from the initials they left in the margins and from occasional references in the firm's correspondence files. Their penmanship varies. Some wrote with a bold, confident hand. Others were more cautious, their letters smaller and more tightly spaced, as though they feared running out of room on the page. As the decades progress along the shelves, the entries change. The Chinese teas, which once filled every page, gradually give way to Indian varieties. Assam appears in the ledgers from the early 1860s, first as an occasional curiosity, a few chests here and there, and then with increasing frequency as the plantations in northeastern India expanded their production and British taste shifted toward the stronger, darker liquor that Assam produces. Darjeeling follows a few years later, its entries marked by the higher prices that the finer grades command and by the distinctive names of the estates from which it comes, names that carry the echo of hill stations and mountain gardens far above the plains. Then, from the mid-1870s onward, Ceylon begins to appear, the new tea-producing territory that emerged after a devastating fungal blight destroyed the coffee plantations of that island and forced the planters to seek a different crop. The story of this transition is written nowhere in the ledgers explicitly. There is no entry that says, the coffee is gone, the tea has come. But the numbers tell it nonetheless, silently, in the steady increase of Ceylonese consignments year upon year, each entry a small mark in the larger account of an industry in transformation. Mr. Pinnock does not think about these things as he works. He is not given to reflection of the historical kind. His concern is with the particular, with the individual entry before him, the specific weight and grade and provenance of this consignment from this vessel on this date. And yet there is something in the simple act of opening a ledger and adding a line of figures to its pages that connects him, however quietly, to all the other clerks who have sat at this desk and performed the same task, and to all the distant hands that picked the leaves and dried them and packed them into chests and loaded those chests onto ships that carried them across oceans to this warehouse on this foggy November evening in London. He finishes the entry for the Clara Maitland and sets the pen down in its groove. He removes his spectacles and folds them carefully, placing them on the desk beside the blotter, and then he rubs the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger, a gesture so habitual that the skin there has developed a faint redness that never quite fades. He sits for a moment in the silence, his hands resting flat on the desk, and looks at the page. The ink is still wet, still faintly glossy in the lamplight, and he waits for it to dry before closing the ledger. This, too, is part of the routine. He never closes a ledger on wet ink. He learned this in his first week of employment, when the senior clerk, Mr. Haskell, demonstrated with calm authority the consequences of doing so, opening a ledger to a page where a line of figures had been smeared into illegibility by premature closure and explaining, in a tone that did not require raising, that a smeared entry was worse than no entry at all, for it introduced doubt into a record that must be beyond doubt. While he waits, Mr. Pinnock turns his attention to the wooden crates that occupy the far corner of the room. There are 5 of them, each roughly 3 feet long and 2 feet wide, made of pale softwood with metal strapping and stencil markings on their sides. These are sample crates, smaller than the full commercial chest stored below, and they have been brought up to the ledger room so that Mr. Pinnock can record their contents and cross-reference them against the shipping manifests. Each crate bears a label that identifies its origin. The nearest, which sits at the top of the stack, is marked Darjeeling, First Flush, Margaret's Hope Estate, and beneath this, in smaller lettering, the name of the consigning house and the year of harvest. The next crate down reads Keeman, Anhui Province, and the one beneath that, Ceylon, UVA District, High Grown. The labels are written in black ink on white paper, and each one has been pasted to the wood with care, its edges pressed flat against the grained Audemars. Pinnock does not need to open these crates tonight. Their contents will be examined in the morning by Mr. Harrowby himself, the firm's proprietor, who comes to the warehouse twice each week to inspect the latest arrivals and to select samples for the blenders and brokers who attend the weekly tea auctions at Mincing Lane. Mr. Pinnock's task is merely to ensure that the crates are present, that their labels match the manifests, and that the numbers are correctly entered in the ledger. He has already confirmed the first two of these requirements. The third he will complete now. He puts his spectacles back on, opens the ledger to a fresh line, and begins. The pen moves again. The ink flows. The nib traces its careful path across the ruled paper, and each letter, each numeral, falls into its appointed place with the quiet precision of a mechanism that has been performing the same function for a very long time. Outside, the fog thickens. The gas lamp at the corner of the lane burns on, its light a small, persistent warmth in the surrounding gray. The sounds of the river, the creak of moored vessels, the occasional call of a waterman, are distant and muffled, reaching the ledger room as no more than suggestions of the world beyond its walls. Inside, the oil lamp casts its steady glow, and the room holds its comfortable stillness, and Mr. Pennock writes. There is a small coal fire burning in a grate set into the wall to the left of the desk. It is not a large grate, and the fire within it is modest, sufficient to take the edge off the November chill, but not to warm the room entirely. The coal glows a deep, steady orange, and then a piece shifts with a soft, settling sound, sending a brief scatter of sparks upward into the chimney. Mr. Pennock tends this fire himself, arriving each morning before the warehouse opens to lay the coals and set the kindling and coax the first flame from the matches he keeps in a tin on the mantelpiece. The mantelpiece itself is plain, a narrow shelf of dark wood fixed to the wall above the grate, and upon it rest three items: the tin of matches, a small brass clock with a round white face and Roman numerals, and a ceramic cup, empty now, which earlier held the tea that Mr. Pennock brews for himself each afternoon using leaves taken from the firm's stock. The tea he drinks is usually a blend of Assam and Ceylon, strong and dark, and taken with neither milk nor sugar, a preference that his late wife once called austere and which his colleagues have long since ceased to remark upon. The clock on the mantelpiece reads 7:30. Mr. Pennock has been at his desk since 4 o'clock this afternoon, having spent the morning hours at the firm's main office on Finchard Street, where he maintains a second set of records and confers with the other clerks about matters of duty, customs clearance, and the scheduling of deliveries to the firm's clients. The afternoon and evening hours in the ledger room are his alone. He prefers it this way. The Finchard Street office is a busier place, shared with 3 other clerks and frequently visited by the brokers and agents whose business brings them to the tea trade. There is conversation there, and the rustling of papers being passed from hand to hand, and the sound of chairs being pushed back and pulled forward, and the intermittent ring of the bell that hangs above the street door. These are not unpleasant sounds, but they're not the sounds of concentration and Mr. Pennock, who has always worked best in quietness, finds that his most careful and most accurate work is done here, in this room, in the evening, when the warehouse is empty and the lane outside is still. He completes the entry for the Darjeeling sample crate and moves to the next, the Kimon from Anhui province. Kimon is a tea that the firm began importing only 6 years ago, in 1875, the year that this particular variety of Chinese black tea was first exported to England. It is a fine leaf tea, tightly rolled, with a flavor that the tasters describe as having notes of stone fruit and a faint smokiness that lingers on the palate. Mr. Pennock does not consider himself a man of refined taste in these matters. He drinks his Assam and Ceylon blend and finds it satisfactory. But he has heard Mr. Harrowby speak of Keymun with something approaching reverence, and he records it in the ledger with the same care he gives to every entry, the same unhurried attention to the weight and grade and provenance, the same alignment of columns and consistency of abbreviation. The pen scratches, the fire settles, the fog presses softly against the window glass like something living, something patient, something that has all the time in the world. And Mr. Pennock writes on, his hand steady, his breathing slow, his thoughts held gently within the familiar boundaries of his work, like water held within a cup, still and clear and perfectly contained. He finishes the Keymun entry and pauses, lifting the pen from the page and holding it just above the surface for a moment, the way a man might hold a thought before speaking. A single drop of ink gathers at the tip of the nib, trembles, and then is drawn back by the tension of the steel as Mr. Pennock returns the pen to its groove beside the inkwell. He does not rush to begin the next line. There's a particular quality to the silence that fills the room at this hour, a quality that invites pause, that makes the space between one task and the next feel not like emptiness but like rest. He allows himself this rest now, sitting back slightly in his chair, the wood creaking faintly beneath him, and lets his gaze settle on the crates in the corner. The 5 sample crates are arranged in a stack, each one resting squarely upon the one below, their edges aligned with a neatness that reflects the care with which they were placed there earlier in the day by Thomas, the warehouse porter, a broad-shouldered man of 50 who handles even the heaviest chests with a gentleness that seems improbable given the size of his hands. Thomas brought these crates up the narrow staircase one at a time, setting each down on the floorboards with barely a sound, and then straightening the stack until every edge matched. He said nothing while he did this, for Thomas is not a man given to unnecessary speech, and Mr. Pennock said nothing either, and the two of them existed for those few minutes in a companionable silence that required no acknowledgement. When the last crate was placed, Thomas touched the brim of his cap, turned, and went back down the stairs, his heavy boots somehow managing to make less noise on the worn treads than seemed possible. Mr. Pennock looks at the crates now and reads the labels again, not because he needs the information, he has already recorded it, but because the labels themselves are objects worth looking at. They are printed on thick white paper, the kind used for commercial labeling, and the text is set in a typeface that combines function with a certain modest elegance. The border around each label is composed of a thin double line, and within this border the information is arranged in a hierarchy of size, the T-type and region in the largest letters, the estate or district below, and the consigning agent and year in the smallest print at the bottom. The labels have been applied to the wooden crates with paste, and the paste has dried to a faint yellowish tint around the edges, giving each label the appearance of an illustration pasted into an album. There is something satisfying about these labels, something that speaks of order and intention, of a system in which every chest and every crate has a name and a place and a destination. The third crate in the stack, the one marked Ceylon, UVA District, High Grown, is the one that Mr. Pennock records next. He draws the ledger closer, adjusts the angle of the lamp slightly so that the light falls more directly on the page, and begins. Ceylon tea is still relatively new in the ledgers of Harrowby and Sons. The earliest entries for Ceylonese consignments appear in the volume for 1878, and they are modest, a few dozen chests from the Lillacondra estate, which was among the first in Ceylon to produce tea on a commercial scale after the collapse of the coffee industry on the island. In the years since, the entries have grown steadily more numerous, and the range of estates and districts has expanded. Mr. Pennock has recorded tea from Dimbula and Nuwara Eliya, from the hill country where the plants grow slowly in the cooler air and produce a lighter, more delicate liquor, and from the lower elevations of Rahona, where the heat and humidity encourage a bolder, darker leaf. He does not know these places. He has never traveled farther from London than the Kent coast, where he once spent a week in Margate with his wife during the summer of 1873. But the names have become familiar to him through repetition, and he writes them now with the same ease with which he writes the names of the London streets he walks each day. The entry for the Ceylon crate takes several minutes. The consignment is a small one, only 12 chests, but the manifest includes additional details about the grade and the altitude at which the tea was grown, and Mr. Pennock copies these into the notes column with his usual thoroughness. When he is done, he sets the pen down again and blots the page, pressing the wooden-handled blotter gently against the fresh ink, lifting it, and examining the impression to ensure that the letters have not been smudged. They have not. The entry is clean and legible, each character distinct, each column properly aligned. He allows himself a small, private satisfaction at this, the kind of satisfaction that does not show on the face, but is felt somewhere deeper, in the chest perhaps, or in the hands. He moves to the fourth crate. This one is marked as Psalm, second flush, Jorhat district, and it contains a sample from one of the larger estates in the Brahmaputra Valley, where the tea plants grow in the warm, humid lowlands and produce the strong, malty leaf that has become the foundation of the British tea trade. Assam is the tea that Mr. Pennock knows best, not as a taster or a blender, but as a clerk, as a man who has recorded its passage through this warehouse in quantities measured in tens of thousands of chests per year. He has watched the numbers grow in the ledgers over the 2 decades of his employment, from the early years when Assam was still establishing itself in the London market to the present, when it accounts for the single largest share of the firm's imports. The growth has not been dramatic in any single year. There have been no sudden leaps, no entries that stand out as extraordinary. Instead, there has been a slow and steady accumulation, chest upon chest, shipment upon shipment, each one recorded in its proper place, each one a small addition to a total that, when reckoned at the end of the year, tells a story of expansion so gradual that it can only be seen in retrospect. Mr. Pennock dips the pen, blots it, and writes. The scratch of a nib is the only sound in the room now, apart from the fire, which has settled into a low, continuous glow, the coals having burned past the stage of open flame and entered the quieter phase of deep, radiant heat. The warmth reaches Mr. Pennock's left side, touching his arm and his cheek with a gentleness that he registers without thought, the way one registers the temperature of bath water or the weight of a blanket. He does not look at the fire. His attention is on the page, on the line he is writing, on the precise formation of the numerals that record the weight and grade and customs reference for this particular consignment of Assam tea from the Jorhat district. Outside, the evening has deepened. The fog still holds, and through the window Mr. Pennock can see nothing but the faint, diffused glow of the gas lamp, which has taken on a soft, golden halo in the moisture-laden air. The lane below is empty. No footsteps sound on the cobblestones, no cartwheels rattle, no voices carry. The dockside at this hour belongs to the fog and the water and the silent bulk of the warehouses that line the river's edge like patient sentinels. In the daytime, this street is busy with the traffic of commerce, with porters and draymen and customs officers and the clerks and agents of the various importing firms who maintain their premises along the waterfront. Carts come and go, loaded with chests and bales and barrels, and the air is filled with the sound of labor, the thump of crates being set down on cobblestones, the rattle of chains on the hoisting mechanisms, the shouts of the foreman directing the work. But that is the daytime. The evening is different. The evening belongs to a different order, one in which the warehouse and its contents exist not in the world of commerce, but in the world of stillness and Mr. Pinnock, who occupies both worlds, finds that the transition between them happens without effort, as naturally as the transition from wakefulness to sleep. He completes the Assam entry and turns his attention to the fifth and final crate. This one is different from the others in a small but noticeable way. Its label is older, the paper slightly yellowed, and the printing is in a style that belongs to an earlier decade. The typeface more ornate, the border thicker and more decorative. The label reads Kongu, Fuchao, Province of Fujian, and beneath this, the name of the consigning house, a firm in Shanghai that Mr. Pinnock recognizes as one of the old China trade houses, a company that has been sending tea to London since long before the Indian plantations began their production. Kongu is a name that appears frequently in the earlier ledgers on the shelves, in the volumes from the 1860s and early 70s, when Chinese tea still dominated the market. In those years, Kongu and Bohea together accounted for the majority of tea imported into England, and the ledger pages from that period are filled with their names, entry after entry, in the handwriting of clerks who are now retired or dead. The Kongu crate is something of an oddity in the current consignment. Chinese tea has become less common in the firm's imports, not because it is inferior, but because the market has shifted, because the Indian and Ceylonese teas are cheaper to produce and easier to obtain, and because the taste of the British public has moved toward the stronger, darker liquors that Assam and Ceylon provide. Mr. Harrowby still imports Chinese tea, but in smaller quantities than before, and mostly for the specialty trade, for the blenders who require it as an ingredient in particular mixtures, and for the private clients who have retained a preference for the lighter, more delicate character of the Chinese leaf. Mr. Pinnock records this crate with the same attention he gives to all the others, but he is aware, in some quiet corner of his mind, that he is recording something that belongs as much to the past as to the present, a variety of tea whose place in these ledgers has been shrinking year by year, like a river whose tributaries are slowly being diverted. The entry is made. The pen is set down. The blotter is applied. Mr. Pinnock sits back in his chair and removes his spectacles again, folding them and placing them on the desk with the same careful motion as before. He rubs his eyes gently, pressing the pads of his fingers against his closed eyelids, and for a moment the room disappears behind the darkness of his own hands, and there is nothing but the warmth of the fire and the faint sound of the water beyond the walls and the slow rhythm of his own breathing. When he opens his eyes again, the room reassembles itself around him. The shelves and the ledgers and the crates and the desk and the lamp, all exactly where they were, all unchanged, all held in their places by the same quiet gravity that holds Mr. Pinnock in his. He reaches for the ceramic cup on the mantelpiece, remembers that it is empty, and sets it down again. He considers making another cup of tea, but decides against it. The kettle is downstairs, on the small stove in the porter's room, and the walk down and back would take several minutes. And by the time he returned, the tea would need time to brew, and by then it would be past 8 o'clock, and he prefers not to drink tea after 8, for it keeps him wakeful in the later hours, and he values his sleep. Instead, he turns back to the ledger and reviews the entries he has made this evening. He reads each line slowly, checking the figures against the manifests that lie in a neat pile beside the ledger, running his finger along the columns to ensure that every number is in its proper place. This review is part of his routine, as much a part of the evening's work as the writing itself, and he performs it with the same unhurried care. He finds no errors. He rarely does. The habit of accuracy, cultivated over 20 years, has become so deeply ingrained that mistakes, when they occur, are the exception rather than the rule, and they are almost always caught in this final review, before the ledger is closed and shelved and the evening's work declared complete. He closes the ledger. The heavy cover falls with a soft, muffled sound, the leather meeting the pages beneath it with a finality that is gentle rather than abrupt, the way a hand might close over another hand. He places his palm on the cover for a moment, feeling the texture of the leather beneath his fingers, the slight roughness of the embossed lettering that spells out the year and the volume number. Then he lifts the ledger, and with a practiced motion, slides it into its place on the shelf beside the desk, where it joins the other volumes of the current year, standing upright between the bookends that Mr. Haskell installed before his retirement, and which Mr. Pennock has never seen reason to replace. The shelf is nearly full. 2 more volumes will complete the year, one for the remaining weeks of November and one for December, and then a new shelf will be started, and the year 1881 will take its place among the completed records, another layer in the quiet accumulation of the firm's history. Mr. Pennock does not think of himself as a keeper of history. He thinks of himself as a clerk, a man who writes down what has happened so that it can be referred to later, so that questions of quantity and date and origin can be answered with certainty rather than recollection. But there's a kind of history in these ledgers nonetheless, a history not of events, but of things, of the slow, steady movement of goods from one side of the world to the other, of the leaves that were picked in the hills of Darjeeling and the valleys of Assam and the highlands of Ceylon and the mountains of Anhui province, and packed and shipped and carried across the oceans and received in this warehouse and recorded in this room by this man with this pen. He caps the inkwell, pressing the small brass lid down until it clicks into place, and wipes the nib of the pen with a piece of soft cloth that he keeps in the drawer of the desk for this purpose. The cloth is stained with the accumulated ink of many such cleanings, its original white now mottled with dark patches that overlap and blend into one another like clouds seen from a great distance. He folds the cloth and returns it to the drawer, and then he gathers the manifests into a single pile and places them in the tray on the left side of the desk, where they will remain until morning, when he will file them in the firm's correspondence cabinet on Fenchurch Street. The room is very quiet now. The fire has burned lower, the coals reduced to a bed of deep red embers that glow with a steady, pulsing warmth. The oil lamp continues to burn, its flame a small, bright point behind the glass chimney, casting long shadows from the objects on the desk and from the crates in the corner, and from Mr. Pennock himself, whose shadow stretches across the floor toward the door in a shape that is longer and thinner than the man who casts it. The clock on the mantelpiece reads 8:15. Mr. Pennock looks at it, not with urgency, but with the mild awareness of a man who notes the passage of time the way one notes the weather, as a fact rather than a concern. He does not leave yet. There is nothing pressing to keep him here, no further entries to make, no manifest to review, no correspondence to draft. The evening's work is done, and yet he remains in his chair, his hands resting on the arms, his eyes moving slowly around the room in a circuit that takes in the shelves, the crates, the window, the fire, the desk, and then returns to the shelves again. It is a kind of surveying, this slow-looking, a quiet confirmation that everything is as it should be, that the room is in order and the ledgers are in their places and the day's records are complete. He does this every evening before he leaves, and it is not a task that can be hurried, for its purpose is not efficiency, but assurance, not speed, but certainty. The shelves hold their ranks of ledgers in patient rows. The older volumes on the far wall, nearest the door, have taken on the character of age, their spines slightly bowed, their colors muted by the years. Mr. Pennock knows these volumes well. He has had occasion to consult them from time to time, pulling one from the shelf and carrying it to the desk and opening it to a page from 10 or 15 years ago to verify a detail that has arisen in the course of current business. When he does this, he is struck by the difference in handwriting, by the unfamiliar loops and angles of another clerk's pen, and by the names that appear in the columns, names of vessels and agents and estates that have since disappeared from the trade, replaced by others that will in turn be replaced. The ledgers hold these names without comment, preserving them in ink that has faded from black to a soft brown, the color of tea left too long in the cup. There is a particular volume that Mr. Pennock sometimes takes down when he is waiting for the ink to dry or when the evening's work is ended and he is not yet ready to leave. It is a ledger from 1864, the year he was born, and it contains entries in the handwriting of a clerk named H. Marsden, whose initials appear in the margins and whose penmanship was noted, according to Mr. Haskell, as among the finest the firm had ever employed. Mr. Pennock does not take the volume down tonight, but he looks at it on the shelf, the third from the left in the bottom row, its spine a faded green with a year stamped in gold that is worn to a dull ochre. He wonders, as he sometimes does, what H. Marsden looked like, whether he was young or old when he wrote those entries, whether he sat in this same chair at this same desk, whether the room smelled then, as it smells now, of ink and wood and the faint, dry sweetness of tea leaf carried through the air from the stores below. These are idle thoughts, the kind that come unbidden in quiet moments, and Mr. Pennock does not dwell on them. He lets them arrive and depart with the same gentle indifference with which he watches the fog drift past the window, shapes forming and dissolving without purpose or destination. He is a man of routine and regularity, and his inner life, such as it is, follows the same orderly patterns as his outer one. He does not brood. He does not speculate. He records what is before him and moves on to the next thing, and the next, and the next. And in this way the days accumulate into weeks, and the weeks into months, and the months into years, each one a page in the ledger of his own life, written in the same steady hand. The fire shifts again, a soft collapse of embers that sends a brief warmth through the room like a sigh. Mr. Pennock rises from his chair, slowly, placing his hands on the desk to steady himself as he stands, for he has been sitting for several hours, and his joints are stiff with the cold and the stillness. He stands for a moment, stretching his back, his hands pressed to the small of his spine, and then he moves to the grate and takes the small brass shovel that hangs from a hook beside the chimney. He banks the fire carefully, pushing the remaining coals toward the back of the grate and covering them with a thin layer of ash, so that they will hold their heat through the night and provide a bed of warmth upon which tomorrow's fire can be built. This is done with the same deliberate care that he brings to everything, the shovel moving in short, precise strokes, the ash falling over the coals like a fine gray blanket. He replaces the shovel on its hook and dusts his hands together lightly, the faint residue of ash falling from his fingers in a small gray cloud. Then he moves to the window and looks out. The fog is still there, thick and still, the gas lamp's glow reduced to a dim, aureate smudge in the lower left corner of the glass. The lane is invisible. The dock wall is invisible. The world beyond this room has been erased by the fog, leaving only the room itself, warm and lit and full of the quiet presence of things that have been carefully tended. Mr. Pennock turns from the window and crosses to the desk, where he picks up his spectacles and places them in the hard leather case that he carries in his waistcoat pocket. He buttons his cuffs, which he had rolled back for the evening's work, and takes his jacket from the back of the chair, shrugging it on over his waistcoat with the practiced ease of a man who dresses and undresses in the same order every day. His hat, a dark bowler of modest quality, hangs on a peg beside the door, and he takes it and places it on his head, adjusting the brim with a slight forward tilt that is more habit than vanity. His overcoat hangs on the adjacent peg, a heavy wool garment of charcoal gray, and he puts this on as well, fastening the buttons from the bottom up, another small ritual performed without thought. He takes one last look at the room. The lamp is still burning, and he goes to it now, turning the small brass wheel that controls the wick, lowering the flame until it gutters and dies, leaving only a thin thread of smoke that rises from the glass chimney and dissolves into the air. The room does not plunge into darkness. The embers in the grate still give off a faint reddish glow, and the fog outside the window admits a pale, diffused light from the gas lamp below, so that the room settles into a kind of twilight, a half-dark in which the shapes of the shelves and the desk and the crates are still visible but softened, their edges blurred, their details absorbed into the surrounding dimness. Mr. Pennock opens the door and steps into the corridor. The air here is colder, the corridor unheated, and he feels the chill immediately on his face and hands. He pulls the door shut behind him, hearing the latch engage with a quiet click, and then he makes his way down the narrow staircase, one hand trailing along the wooden banister, his feet finding the worn centers of the steps by memory rather than sight. At the bottom of the stairs, the ground floor of the warehouse opens up around him, a vast, dark space filled with the shapes of stacked crates and the smell of tea, that rich, dry, slightly earthy scent that permeates the entire building, but which is strongest here, among the full commercial chests that stand in their rows awaiting clearance. He crosses the floor to the side door, which opens onto a narrow passage that leads to the lane, and he lets himself out, locking the door behind him with a large iron key that he carries on a ring attached to his waistcoat by a short chain. The fog receives him. It is cold and damp and immediate, pressing against his face and filling his lungs with air that tastes of the river and of coal smoke and of the particular mineral dampness that belongs to London alone. He stands for a moment on the threshold, allowing his eyes to adjust, and then he walks. His footsteps on the cobblestones are measured and unhurried. The gas lamp at the corner casts its small light, and he passes through it and beyond, into the fog, his figure growing fainter with each step until it is no more than a suggestion of movement in the gray, and then nothing at all. But we do not follow Mr. Pennock home tonight. We remain here in the warehouse, in the lane, in the quiet that settles after he is gone. The fog holds its place. The gas lamp burns. The cobblestones gleam faintly with moisture. Inside the ledger room, the embers continue their slow decline, their glow fading by imperceptible degrees, and the crates in the corner stand in their patient stack, their labels facing outward, their contents sealed and still. The ledgers on the shelves hold their decades of records in silence, page upon page of careful entries that no one will read tonight, that no one needs to read tonight, for their purpose is not to be read, but to exist, to be present, to hold the facts of the world in ink and paper until such time as they are needed. The room is at rest. The desk is clear. The inkwell is capped. The pen is clean. And somewhere in the fog, Mr. Pennock walks homeward through streets that are as familiar to him as the columns of his ledger, streets that he has walked 1,000 times and will walk 1,000 more, his footsteps marking the same path that countless other footsteps have marked before him, the path of a man going home at the end of a day's work, carrying nothing but the quiet satisfaction of a task completed and the certainty that tomorrow the task will begin again. The night deepens. The fog persists. The warehouse stands in its place on the lane near the London docks, solid and dark and patient, holding within its walls the dried leaves of 100 gardens on the other side of the world, leaves that were once green and growing in the warm rain of Assam and the mountain mists of Darjeeling and the highland sun of Ceylon and the cool forests of Anhui, and which are now here in London in November in the dark, waiting to be weighed and sorted and sold and brewed and poured and drunk, waiting to become the cup of tea that warms a clerk's hands on a cold morning, or the pot that sits on a kitchen table while a family gathers for supper, or the strong, dark blend that a dock worker drinks from a tin mug during his midday break, standing in the lee of a warehouse wall, his collar turned up against the wind. All of this is contained in the ledger that Mr. Pennock closed tonight. All of this and more. The weight of the chests and the names of the ships and the dates of arrival and the grades of the leaves and the duties paid and outstanding, all of it recorded in a hand so steady and so careful that it seems less like writing and more like a kind of devotion, a daily offering of attention and precision made to the quiet God of accuracy, who asks nothing more than that the numbers be correct and the columns be straight and the ink be allowed to dry before the page is turned. And now the page is turned, and the room is dark, and the fire is banked, and the fog hangs over the lane like a curtain drawn across a window at the end of the day. Let your breathing follow the rhythm of this stillness. Let your thoughts settle like the ash over the embers, soft and gray and warm. There is nothing more to record tonight, nothing more to count or weigh or measure. The ledger is closed, the lamp is out, and the room is waiting, as it always waits for the morning, when the light will come again through the window, and the fire will be lit again in the grate, and the pen will be taken up again from its groove, and the work will continue quietly and steadily, as it has continued for years and will continue for years to come. Each day a line in the record, each line a small, precise mark in the long. Slow story of the world. Tomorrow, Mr. Pinnock will arrive at the warehouse at his usual hour. He will climb the narrow staircase, open the door to the ledger room, and find everything as he left it. The crates will be in their corner. The ledgers will be on their shelves. The desk will be clear and waiting. He will remove his overcoat and hat and hang them on their pegs. He will roll back his cuffs. He will open the tin of matches and light the fire, kneeling before the grate as he does each morning. And the flame will catch, and the warmth will begin to spread, and the room will come to life again in the slow, familiar way of all rooms that are used and tended and returned to day after day. He will fill the kettle from the tap in the porter's room downstairs and set it on the small stove to boil. He will measure the tea into the pot, a blend of Assam and Ceylon, and when the water is ready, he will pour it over the leaves and let it steep for precisely 4 minutes, counting the time by the clock on the mantelpiece. And then he will pour the tea into the ceramic cup and carry it upstairs and set on the desk beside the inkwell, where it will cool slowly while he opens the ledger and prepares the pen and begins. And the room will hold him as it holds him every day in its quiet, steady embrace, the shelves standing around him like the walls of a harbor, the crates resting in their corner like boats at anchor, the lamp casting its warm light over the desk where the ledger lies open and the pen moves and the ink flows and the record grows, line by careful line, entry by careful entry. The slow and patient accounting of a world that moves at the pace of ships and seasons and the steady hands of men who write down what has passed so that it will not be forgotten. Let this thought carry you, now, towards sleep. Let the image of the ledger room settle in your mind like the fog settling over the lane, not as something to hold on to, but as something to rest within, a place that asks nothing of you, a place where the only sound is the soft scratch of pen on paper and the gentle shift of coals in a grate and the distant murmur of water against stone. You are safe here. You are warm. The ledger is closed, and the work is done, and the night is long and kind, and there is nothing left to do but let go, gently, of the waking world and allow yourself to drift as quietly and as naturally as fog drifts along a river toward the soft and welcome shore of sleep. Thank you so very much for spending this evening with us. It has been a true pleasure to have your company, and we hope the stillness of Mr. Pinnock's ledger room has eased you gently toward rest. If you enjoyed this time together, you're always welcome to return. A quiet subscription, if you're so inclined, helps us keep these peaceful evenings going. And if you wish, you might leave a soft word in the comments, just to let us know you were here. Sleep well and good night.